Good evening, everybody. The time is now 5:34 p.m. We'll call this meeting to order. Routine matters A. Ms. Aspis.
Here, present.
Mr. So. Ms. Haskey. Ms. Montoya.
Present.
And myself. We do have a quorum. We'll go ahead and get started. On to item 2, reports. A, social media litigation follow-up by Brian Colon and Emma D. How do you say that? Her last name? Obviously she's not here, but Emma's. They put her down. So I just read it.
Oh, my assistant.
The floor is yours, my good sirs. Yes, sir.
Mr. President, members of the board, thank you for having me. I don't know that our slide deck has been preloaded, so is there some that we can put here, or do we have it preloaded? Awesome. Look at that. I'm good to go. May I approach? I'd like to pass out some material. Mr. President, members of the board, Mr. Superintendent, and members of the public, thank you for joining. My name is Brian Colon, and I have been given the privilege of presenting to you this evening about an issue that's very important and personal to me and very relevant to the community that you serve so well. And I just want to put it on the record that President Montoya started the meeting 4 minutes late, but it was on my account because I was lost. I went to the high school, and of course the meeting's not there, it's here. So I apologize for holding up the meeting, and we can go ahead and start the slide. As an introduction, let me just say that I have presented on this many times. I believe that the Vice President, Madam Secretary, and I believe the President has heard my full presentation. I will try and be brief with my slides so that I can certainly afford the board and the superintendent an opportunity to ask any questions you might have. I provided 2 additional pieces of information for the board and the superintendent, which is a flyer that outlines the issue that we're talking about today, which is the dark side of social media. And then a confidential, we've released it so it's no longer confidential, but it's marked confidential, and it is an update on the litigation that we sent to all our current school districts just this last week or so, because there were some very important updates on the litigation. I am the managing partner of Singleton Schreiber in New Mexico, and I'm also the executive partner for our firm nationally for public entity engagement, like school districts. So I've traveled all over the country meeting with different school district leadership on this particular issue. And currently, as I'm before you, we represent about 100,000 students in this litigation and about 20 school districts. And in New Mexico, as you know, we have school districts that range everywhere from a couple hundred students, like in Peñasco, New Mexico, to districts like yours, which have about 4,000. And districts as large as Las Cruces, New Mexico, which have a couple dozen thousand students. I think they have 24,000 students or so, maybe even 28. And we'll be presenting to Albuquerque Public Schools, which is our largest district. I give you that context because I spent 7 hours, or I will spend 7 hours on the road today coming in from Albuquerque to be with you because our firm has a fundamental opinion and philosophy about this case. This is not about the number of students, but it's about getting as many districts to lean into this litigation because it's not just about a recovery of finances and capital, but it's about putting enough pressure points on these mega corporations that own and run these social media platforms so that they change behavior. Giant corporations don't change behavior unless profits and the bottom line and social input forces them to change behavior. That's why this litigation is so important. So let me start the presentation here, and this is about litigation that impacts and speaks to the social media and the mental health of our children in school districts. And the lens I look through is one of the former state auditor of New Mexico, and I was grateful to be able to serve, and I've been in this role now for about 3.5 years. But I've always been about accountability, transparency, excellence in government, and delivering high-quality services regardless of what level of government we're in. And that's why every single school district I've presented to has ultimately decided to join this litigation. And you'll find out why as we go through the presentation. This is about community safety and mental health for our students, our children, our adolescents, and in our community. I don't need to educate this board of leaders and the superintendent about what you already know, which is that mental health concerns in our school districts and with our children, those concerns are at an all-time high because our rates of incidence of tragic outcomes are also at an all-time high. Whether that's numerosity of depression, anxiety, and what we've seen even in New Mexico, the tragic loss of students who found themselves in such a dark place that they made a choice that they could never reverse. And that's why I'm here before you today. Now, the mental health community on the next slide, we speak to the mental health community's perspective on this issue because this is now an official diagnosis. We're going to go to the next slide if we can. Do I get to control this? Is there a clicker? Great. So who am I talking to? Sharon? Sharon, if we could go to the next slide, which you already have done. So thank you, Sharon. So the mental health community has actually put on the books a definition for social media addiction. It's individuals who engage in excessive compulsive social media platform use for the purposes of mood alteration with negative personal outcomes. It's a pretty straightforward definition that probably sounds familiar to many in this room and online. On the next slide, Sharon, thank you, we have the symptoms that one identifies in its diagnosis: mood modification, salience, tolerance, and the tolerance is what used to give you the dopamine hit as an adolescent, you become numb to that, and that tolerance increases, which does what? It leads you to spend more time on social media. And what this lawsuit is about is that the algorithm that runs social media platforms, the engineers that created those algorithms knew that profit margins for those companies were directly tied to how long they could keep young people on the platform. So they've created that algorithm to increase tolerance. That time on social media indicates that you have symptoms of withdrawal, you have symptoms of conflict, which I've already alluded to, and you have relapse, meaning that once they extract, they quickly find themselves back into the social media, going down into that deep, dark spiral. The consequences on the next slide are sleep disruption, anxiety, negative impact on personal relationships, social anxiety disorders. When they become deeply engaged in the social media platforms, when they're put in social situations, anxiety is increased. This is exacerbated by what our communities went through during the pandemic, when we didn't have what we would contemplate as normal social interactions with one another in person. And for the districts that I represent and for you to contemplate is a natural consequence, and it is data-driven, that academic performance is negatively impacted by this social media addiction. And on the next slide, I want to talk a little bit about what happened in 2023. In 2023, in the prior administration, the Surgeon General, the good doctor, he put out a report called Social Media and Youth Mental Health. And at the time, it was received in a way that, as we look back, was so disappointing. Because the Surgeon General of the United States recommended that we needed to protect our adolescents, that young people under the age of 13 should not be on these platforms, that those who were above the age of 13 should be on the platforms, but there should be guardrails. And when I say guardrails, I'm talking about things like time limitations, non-capacity to have doom scrolling. Each of you know what doom scrolling is. It's that infinite scrolling capacity that has actually caught me on occasion where I'm on my Instagram feed and I'm scrolling, and the next thing I know, it's an hour later. So I personally can tell you that I understand what the impact is of the way the algorithm was created. It keeps me locked in. When the Surgeon General made these recommendations about time limitations, parental notification, age limitations, these guardrails, he was mocked by the public. The industry is very powerful. You can be assured that the industry that creates and runs these social media platforms made sure that the algorithms really amplified the mocking of the Surgeon General. So essentially, it went nowhere. Just 3 years ago. Now, as I stand here before you today, there is hardly an individual, both teen and adult, and particularly public policy leaders like yourselves, don't look at me and say, I know exactly what you're talking about, and it is an epidemic in our home, in our classroom, in our community, in our country. Just 3 years later. On the next slide, some numbers that may or may not surprise you, but 95% of adolescents self-report that they are on at least one social media platform, and they self-report that they are almost constantly using social media. And what we know is that when you self-report, and it's potentially deemed as a negative behavior, those who are reporting often underreport. So this isn't probably an underreported figure at 33%. We know statisticians tell us that that's true. And on the next page, it speaks to what I spoke about, which is as this mental health crisis is ongoing, we've seen a 146% increase in suicide, 40% increase in reports of feeling hopeless, 20% increase in suicidal ideation, and 9% increase in attempted suicide amongst our adolescents. So on the next slide, it goes to what I spoke about in terms of the Surgeon General's recommendation, saying that 13 is just simply too young for the use of social media. And on the next slide, his main takeaway in May of 2023, just 3 years ago, that takeaway that was completely ignored. The Surgeon General, the good doctor, he said, it is urgent that we take action. No action was taken, and now we find ourselves in an even deeper crisis. On the next page, this really talks about what I mentioned in terms of profits. These social media companies knowingly put their profits ahead of our communities and our children's safety. Bottom line. And I will tell you at the end of this presentation why we now know this to be true. They knew that the contribution to the mental health and safety of our students was going to be in jeopardy, and these companies like Meta, TikTok, Snap, and YouTube continued to advance the algorithms and the platforms as they created them. Why? Because it was a bottom line interest. It was not about community safety. It was not about being a good corporate citizen. It was about returning profits to their shareholders. On the next page, what we know is that this leads to exploitation of children. Now, whether it's the social media platforms involved in this, or even darker platforms like Discord and Roblox, Snapchat in particular, these are very dark platforms. And I would be surprised if each of you hadn't seen articles about the tragic outcomes of young people being on those three platforms in particular. We believe that for adolescents, those three platforms are some of the most prevalent, uniform measures that sexual predators are using to take advantage and abuse our children. It is clearly the exploitation of children based on these platforms that were being advanced for profits. On the next slide, we know that 95% of our children are using YouTube, 67% are on TikTok, and 59% are using Snapchat. And on the next page, it is a numeric representation of what I just told you. There is a reason they're fighting these lawsuits. There's a reason they haven't changed their standards. There's a reason they haven't changed the algorithm. You are talking about billions and billions of dollars worth of profit. The ad revenue for TikTok alone in 2024 was $12.3 billion. $12.3 billion. And on the next slide, we're going to skip it because I can never get this to run properly. Actually, let's try. if we can go back to that slide, if you can try and click on that, there is a clip from 60 Minutes. It may or may not play. I bet about 500. I know I've got my Athlete of the Year, most likely to succeed President Montoya with us, so I'll use a sports analogy and say my batting average is about 500. Half the time it works, and this time is not that half. So we're going to go to the next slide, which is how do you affect change? This is what I've been working on for the past year, going to school district and public policy leaders to say we are in crisis. We need your help to affect change. In May of 2025, 1,787 plaintiffs, including 200 school districts, led this litigation. There are 33 state attorneys general who were engaged at the state level. At this time in November, in that 2025, they were originally set to go to trial in November. That trial, like many trials, got pushed out. It got pushed out to this month, June of 2026. If you go to the next page, this multi-district litigation that includes school districts from around the country, you saw that number was 200. When I started this litigation, it was closer to 400. As I stand here before you today, there are over 1,200 school districts who signed on to this litigation. The defendants, they have a lot of money and a lot of lawyers. A lot of money and a lot of lawyers. They're precluding witnesses, they're extending discovery, they're delaying the trial. It's delay, delay, delay. On the next slide, you'll see the defendants involved in this litigation. On the slide that follows, Sharon, you're doing a great job, thank you. Who is Sharon? Is she invisible? Sharon, you can't see me and I can't see you, but I'm super grateful for you. There was testimony in Congress by Mark Zuckerberg, and thankfully it was seen around the world. Did each of you see that, Mr. Superintendent? Did you get a chance to see that testimony? Saw some of it, Mr. President? Some of Madam Vice President? You did not see it. Madam Secretary, did you see it? So, Madam Vice President, for your benefit, I'll just give you the top line, and for each of you that saw portions of it, at the end of the day, basically Congress called him on the Hill with representative members of families who had lost loved ones to suicide as a result of being social media addicts. And ultimately, after being pressed several times, Mark Zuckerberg spun around, looked those families in the eye, and apologized. Sadly, as is often the case with an apology, words without actions are hollow. So while on that day when I watched that testimony, I actually believe that Mr. Zuckerberg meant what he said, I have seen little to no change in his platform since this testimony, which is why this litigation is so important. And I'm going to have you go 2 more slides, Sharon. To speak about the school district claims, this is the heart of the litigation. We are bringing 2 claims in this lawsuit, negligence and public nuisance. The negligence is what I've talked about, the way they designed the algorithm to entrap our children, and it has caused social media addiction. And the next slide, it speaks to public nuisance, which is really what the school district claims are mostly about. It is about the conditions at the schools and what you had to implement in order to push back on this scourge of social media addiction. And that looks different for every school district. It may mean guardrails that you put up on the IT engagement platforms that you use in the school districts. It could mean counselors that you've had to bring in when there's been a tragedy. It could mean the distraction of safety resource officers that you may have in the district. And it really means the time that educators lost in delivering an education because they had to instead turn their attention to dealing with people, students, and children who were social media addicts and having negative behavior in the classroom. Now, my wife's been an educator for 25 years. I have a 28-year-old son. I know firsthand what these implications look like in the classroom and in the schools. These are the claims we're advancing on behalf of school districts. The damages on the next slide are what I just spoke about. It's what you've had to do as a result of having students who are social media addicts. And on the next page, it brings you to the present. You'd have to be very, very unplugged to not know that New Mexico was the state that led the way in terms of getting a trial setting and actually taking these platforms to trial. And a jury verdict came back with a $375 million verdict for civil penalties for the impact in the marketplace and the impact on our people in New Mexico. Now, before this trial, I was talking about what an important claim this is and the likelihood, I thought, of a positive outcome, both monetarily and for change, or what we call specific performance. Now I get to give you data points that we have proof positive. And this is a $375 million verdict that came out in New Mexico, and they're currently in phase 2, and they're seeking $3.7 billion in damages. And on the next trial, concurrent with the trial that was going on here, almost at the exact same time, there was an individual who became a social media addict at the age of 10, who ended up engaging in self-harm, cutting, things of that nature. She testified as to the impact of social media on her life. The jury in California awarded $6 million in damages. Now, the next slide is the most important in terms of a decision that I'm going to ask you to make tonight. The next slide, remember I said that the trial was supposed to be in November 2025, and it was delayed to June of 2026? So that's right now. Why isn't there a trial going on? Well, 3 weeks before trial, the social media companies realized that after all the discovery that had been done, everything that had been presented in front of the Judge Gonzalez in the Northern District of California, which is where all these cases sit, they realized that they had a problem because it had been exposed. The things that I talked about or have on the slide regarding New Mexico, about what they knew was going on, and they ignored and chose not to put safety measures in place. They knew that that testimony was going to be very damaging in that school district litigation. And in that Breathitt County School District, it was confidential, but as with all things confidential, at some point it gets leaked by somebody, and it came out to a $27 million settlement for that school district. That equates to about $1,500 per student. So now I'm not saying that I think this is a lawsuit that has merit and that we can do something with it for our school districts in New Mexico, both large and small. Now we have proof positive. Once the evidence came out, the social media companies had to write the check. Now for us, we're in this not as a class action, just so you understand. Shiprock Central School District will not be in a class action. You will be in what's called multi-district litigation and a mass action, which means you control whether or not we settle this case for the district. And for most of my public policy leaders like you, your colleagues that I've talked to about this litigation, they say it's not about the money. It's about mandating in the settlement, if there's a settlement and we don't go to trial, specific performance. That specific performance is implementing safety measures that protect our children. Because if we get them to write fat checks today and they don't change their platforms, we have an even greater problem 10 years down the road from now. So for what? Money is only part of the conversation. This really is about thousands of pressure points being put on these companies to change their behavior. On the next page. So today we have over 1,200 school districts. My prediction is that by the time the next bellwether goes, you can see on the right-hand side of that slide, Judge Gonzalez-Rogers is a no-nonsense judge. She is amazing. I've sat in on her hearings. She is seeing right through everything that the social media companies are doing and the delay tactics. And she was not happy that they settled that bellwether trial. And a bellwether trial is they take a few school districts and they say, okay, these are representative districts of all the districts that are in this litigation. Let's try a few of these cases so that you can understand the strengths and weaknesses of your positions, right? But the social media companies didn't let that happen in Kentucky. They settled it. So she said, all right, well, I'm going to set 2 bellwether school districts for February 3rd, 2027. So we have 2 school districts, one in Arizona, one in Charleston County, South Carolina, set for February 3rd, 2027. My prediction, and I see you all on occasion, so you'll hold me accountable. My prediction is that by the time we get to February, we'll have over 2,500 school districts in this litigation. Because now folks are calling me as opposed to me trying to get President Montoya to return my call about giving a presentation. That's not true. You give me like 3 dates and I finally was able to make the stars align. But school districts are now believing, right? because now that we have proof positive that they do have exposure, school districts want to keep the pressure on, increase that dialogue, and increase that pressure for change. And on the next slide, it just talks about the process, and that's what you're doing here today. I'm a representative of our law firm that's deeply engaged in this litigation. We have several school districts in New Mexico who have signed on, both large and small. I am willing to talk to every school district that wants to visit with me. I got a call today from, I don't remember which school district, but I looked up the population, it was 180. Oh, I know where it was, Springer, New Mexico. Mayor Lopez's town, Bo Lopez. So their school district wants to get involved. And you know what? I'm gonna make the effort to get them a seat at the table, because every student in New Mexico deserves a seat at that table. I will close with that thought with, historically what we've seen, and I do a lot of multi-district litigation in the environmental space, in this space, in other spaces, and sadly, and it won't be a surprise to you, our indigenous populations are often not invited to the table. So for me, Central Consolidated means something special. Because for me, I am always leading with making sure that we have the diverse population of the state of New Mexico represented. And that absolutely includes our First People, which is our indigenous population, a population that you serve so well. So this sends a different kind of message than the different school districts that I represent in urban New Mexico. Just like Peñasco, when they've got almost 100% living under poverty, almost 100% Hispanic population. Those populations matter. And in this litigation, my law firm is committed to centering them and making sure they have a voice and a part of this conversation. So that really concludes my presentation. And I think I did it timely and within the time that I was allotted, and still have about 7 or 8 minutes for questions. And I'm happy to stand for questions.
Okay, before we do that, I was doing some research, and I'm glad you were specific, Mr. Colon, in respects to acknowledging the Native population and the disproportionate, I guess, acknowledgement, probably the best word. So I'm going to read verbatim here. Native American youth face unique disproportionate risk from social media. Factors like the impacts of intergenerational trauma, systemic inequalities, and pre-existing mental health crises make reservations youth particularly vulnerable to the intentional design choices of tech platforms. Disproportionate vulnerabilities and risk, mental health crisis. Native American teens face disproportionately high rates of depression, suicidal ideations, algorithmic feeds, endless scrolling, and cyberbullying on platforms act as accelerants to this pre-existing mental health emergency. Predatory algorithms. Several tribal nations, including the Spirit Lake, Menominee, Chickasaw, and Choctaw nations, have filed historic lawsuits against major social media companies. These lawsuits allege that platforms deliberately designed addictive features that specifically play on vulnerable youth in Indian country. Isolation and bullying because of many reservations are close-knit, direct messaging and private accounts create isolated spaces where anonymous cyberbullying can thrive without the usual community safety nets. It goes on just to, it even talks about the displacement of culture. Spending excess time on social media displaces the time youth would typically spend engaging in traditional cultural practices, which expert recognizes cultural protective factors against substance abuse and mental distress. So I appreciate the fact that you've acknowledged that, and knowing and understanding this community, that we do face, these kids are just at risk, but even more so because of the isolation where we are. And if you go between here and Nos City, which you passed on the way up, if you blinked your eyes, you probably went right through it. That's 74 miles from Kirtland. That's how far away our furthest point is in this district. And so those kids takes them an hour to get to the bus stop even in some cases. So there are absolute challenges. And with that, I open up to the board if they have any questions for Mr. Colon, and I'm going to acknowledge that Ms. Haskey is online too. Ms. Haskey, do you have any questions for Mr. Colon?
I don't have any questions, but I do have a comment. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, I think I'm glad that what President Montoya said, the statement that you just made, or the research that you just read, I think our Native American youth, our Navajo students are at higher risk because of the missing, murdered Indigenous people. Not only do we have all these other issues that are in our communities, but I think it's compounded by social media and the exposure to to all these other factors that cause our teens to possibly run away or to put themselves in dangerous situations. So I'm glad that this is taking place. I think it's long overdue. Thank you.
Ms. Auspis, any questions?
But the first is about the indigenous part, and I'm really glad you brought that up. And I do want to say that even from here, we speak only on Navajo. And I think that's one area that lawmakers or Santa Fe seems to forget, is that we are not one big happy tribe. There's Navajos, there's Utes, there's Pueblos, there's Apaches, and so we are all different. And so, and I'm really glad that you touched on that. And then on top of that, you said you've reached out to 181 districts or that are on board. 181 districts.
We represent about 100,000 students in about 30 districts. About 20 of those sit in New Mexico.
Okay, to me, I feel like the fact that we I don't know what the number is. I wanted to go and check, but the number of districts that are members of New Mexico School Board Association, I figured if we're going to be molded, taught, trained, and and asked to attend and get points to, as a school board member, I believe that all of us should be behind you. And I don't see well, it's surprising. And so I'm just gonna leave that there. And then the social media, I just got through campaigning, for state rep. And one thing that I really set eyes to or really found important was social media. Because I looked at, right now, presently, you have Navajo Nation president and council delegate elections happening and campaigning. And so a lot of that set on Facebook, TikTok. I'm not sure about Snapchat, but a lot of it's TikTok and Facebook. And I figured, campaigning, I'm using my own funds, that was the way to go. And so I'm looking at the age groups, and then also the and I guess I would agree. My daughter she's the only one I have, and she's 34, and I have a little grandchild, and she's handicapped, and she can't do much, but her mom said, gave her a iPad, and she's on Snapchat, and we try to, and her mom polices that very well. And so but being handicapped and disabled, you know, there's that. And then I'm wondering, we're just here on the reservation, New Mexico, and what do other countries do, if anything, as far as school districts?
Mr. President, members of the board, Mr. Superintendent, so I appreciate your comments very much, and Mr. President, yours as well. And Board Member Haskey, thank you for your support of this proposition. Yes. So, you know, just again for context, you know, I've been to every chapter house in New Mexico on more than one occasion. And unlike the school board meeting, chapter houses say they're going to meet at a certain time. That's just a suggestion. So I have been through that and I've enjoyed it. But that's why this community and the indigenous population in New Mexico, our pueblos, nations, and tribes have a special place in my heart. So I appreciate that. In terms of, Mr. President, members of the board, board member Aspas, I would just say that countries are ahead of us in other places. Other countries have implemented restrictions. The Netherlands, I think, led the way on that. They had a young president, a female president, if I'm remembering correctly, and they implemented parental permission on all social media platforms and prohibited under 13. In the United States, the state of Utah was the first state to actually act, and it was Senator Michael McKell, who's become a friend of mine over the last couple of years because he led, and I found him, and quite honestly, it's proof positive that this is not a political issue. He's a Republican, and he led the way in making sure that there were parental notifications and permissions in the state of Utah for social media platforms. So you know, it's not as much as we'd like to see going on, but it is happening outside of the United States, and states in America are now figuring out that they've got to do something. They have to take action, whether it's representatives or people who want to be representatives leading public policy discussions. Just yesterday, the governor of the state of Washington, Governor Bob Ferguson, he has put forth a statewide ban on cell phones in the classroom. And it's not met with pure joy. I think the Speaker of the House is against it. So it's not an easy public policy conversation, but I don't think anybody can contend that this is not impacting our ability to deliver education to our young people, and that it's not impacting the mental health and safety of our children. No one really disputes that. They only dispute what the solution is. It's not political. It's Republicans and Democrats all recognize the issue. So I think you bring up a good point. I appreciate your comments. And quite honestly, part of the reason that not every, I think it's 144 school districts in New Mexico, I don't remember the number, but it's over 100 and I think less than 150, aren't signed up is because I can only drive so fast. But we're going to get as many as we possibly can by February, I can tell you that. Mr. President, back to you.
Ms. Montoya, any questions?
I do have a question. I know during the conference that we recently attended, the Honorable Raul Torres, the New Mexico Attorney General, spoke about this topic as well. And I definitely mirror the sentiment. Kids should not be having access to social media and things like that. I do have a question concerning Meta and their rebuttal to everything is, well, we'll just completely take it away from the state of New Mexico. Are all the districts that are joining this case firm on their resolve in moving forward with this action, even if it means it's jeopardizing the entire state's ability to engage on those platforms?
Mr. President, Madam Vice President, members of the board, and Superintendent Carlson, excellent question. And it's not a novel question. I've had your colleagues have asked the same question and said, to your point, Madam Secretary, wait, we use Google Classroom. We use Facebook to get our messages to our parents about what's going on at the school. How will that impact that? And what we've seen is zero impact. This is about money. They are unwilling to unplug the microphone because it impacts their profits. They're just not willing to do it. And so it's a very astute question. And I've been asked probably 3 or 4 times in these presentations that exact question. Because look, what's the title of the presentation? The dark side of social media. Well, if there's a dark side, it goes without saying that there is a positive side of social media too, right? Yep. What we're here to address is the dark side. None of us involved in this litigation, none of the lawyers believe that social media is 100% bad. Many of us rely upon social media for our marketing. Whether you're political or you're running a business or you're running a law firm, you're on social media platforms, right? That's not the issue. The issue is how those social media platforms are interacting with our children. That's where we need the guardrails. That's where we need the guardrails. I hope I answered your question.
Yeah, I definitely agree on that. I just worry that, with that small threat, if, people back out, because the kids need to be monitored, but not the adults, things like that.
Mr. President, Vice President Montoya, she's like, I don't want to lose my Snapchat. No, I'll protect your Snapchat. No. Well, no, I really do appreciate the question. It really is a good question.
Well, if there's nothing else, I truly appreciate it. But one of the things that you pointed out during the conference, and I know it wasn't banter back and forth with one of our colleagues in there, and the point of the involvement of the parent or the responsibility of the parent. And I get your point for what you said and why you said what you said, because we know and understand that, and I think you even said this in the presentation, a lot of those developers don't even let their own kids utilize what they've developed because they know what it does to them. They understand what it does to them. And that lack of understanding as human beings or parents plays into the fact that quite often it's a distraction for the parents, so the child they can do what they need to do, and it babysits their child without the unintended consequences of what's occurring to that child. So therefore, I truly appreciate the way you pushed it back and said very gently, disagree with you. And that needs to be stated, quite frankly, to a lot of parents to understand that we're not individuals, or the law firms aren't individuals just going after money, but to truly control that product, like with cigarettes, right? Or what I asked during the presentation regarding the vape. What are we doing as a state? And the Attorney General said what the state's doing and what he's doing in that charge. So I appreciate the effort and the attempt, and certainly as a board, we're going to have to make a determination of whether or not we join you. And if we do, and if it's positive, we certainly will let you know, Mr. Colon. But I truly appreciate your time, and I know we put it out to the parents in the community to pay attention to this, because it matters, and it affects these kids a great deal, and certainly in a negative way.
Thank you, Ms.
Yes, Ms. Aspis.
I hate for this to go by, but I don't know how, but you talk about the dark side of the web, and it would be my guess or my assumption that with MMIW, murdered, missing, indigenous, MMIP, people, how that plays into all of this. And it'd be interesting to find out what the data is, since more apps have come about, more social media has come about, and from the younger generation, you hear I believe it was Reddit, how a lot of that is not even there's so much that you see on Facebook, but according to and these are younger guys that I work with, and they said they've seen a lot of these school shootings full, and why would you watch that? And I feel like sitting here thinking and really looking at this, and just some of the things that I've seen on Facebook since, campaigning, and just the disrespect. You have these keyboard people behind a screen just say the vilest, the disrespectful, and and I'm wondering, where did they get this? And that's not our way, that's not our culture, and yet that's being broadcast out there. And so I wish you every God's favor in your path on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. If I can close. Sure. And thank you, Madam Secretary, for your comments. You started speaking about what's called the dark web, and what I talk about is one thing, but there is even a darker place out there on the internet. In closing, I would just say, kind of in terms of next steps, what we've seen school districts do is the school board members, our policy leaders for our districts, have taken a vote in the affirmative to join the litigation, and then they task the superintendent that she or he, in this case, work with the law firm on the retainer agreement, and that make sure that that retainer agreement reflects a couple things. Number one, that there's no financial and fiscal impact on the district, there's no expenditures on the district, and that there's no payments from the district unless there's a recovery. So we advance all costs associated with the litigation, and that those costs are absorbed by our firm unless there is a recovery in the litigation. So there's no exposure for the district, there's no financial expenditure for the district. It is 100% based on contingency. So I make that representation to the policy leaders, and then it's up to the superintendent to make sure that the retainer agreement that I present to him and council, that reflects that no impact side of the way that this litigation is being handled by our law firm. So with that, I'll just close with gratitude. Say thank you, Mr. President, Madam Vice President, Madam Secretary. Member So, I hope he was excused. I mean, I've known him since he was a kid, and he didn't bother showing up for my presentation. But I do appreciate Member Haskey joining online. I don't take this lightly. I know that you have a robust workload, and I will just say that in terms of workload, our law firm has developed a very easy process, because we know that superintendents and the staff of school districts around the country are asked to do more with less every day. And every time the superintendent has a good idea, the staff thinks that just means more work for me. And we try to make this a low impact engagement, which means we gather all the information from public source, we run it by the superintendent for validation to fill in the blanks, and the staff of the superintendent in a way that is least impactful on the workload of the great people that serve this district. And so I appreciate the time. I'm grateful to have been here, and it really is an honor to serve you in the community, and to particularly be in this community that has such a beautiful representation of our indigenous population in New Mexico. It's not taken lightly on me. It's always an honor to be on Native land that continues to be led by Native people. So thank you, Mr. President, members of the board, Mr. Superintendent.
Thank you very much for that. I just want to let people know that I drove all the way up to Albuquerque just for this presentation. So I thank you very, very much for doing that, Mr. Colon. Thank you. If there's nothing further, we can go ahead and move on to item B, review of district anti-bullying policy by Mr. Peter Deswood. Too hard? Is it too hard?
Good evening, Board President Montoya, Vice President Montoya, also Ms. Aspis, Mr. Carlson, colleagues, anybody that's online, thank you for reviewing the bullying policy. So our bullying policy actually is cited in several places. It's J2550, J2561, J3600, J3632, and J3611. So It's under JICD, Student Harassment, Bullying, Cyberbullying Prevention. So I got feedback, input from all the principals and assistant principals in the district. And so our district enforces a strict anti-bullying and harassment policy across the entire district, which includes all campuses, campus facilities, school buses, bus stops, routes taken while walking to and from school, and all on or off-campus school-sponsored activities. The district, in the policy, it defines harassment as unwanted behavior that offends or creates a hostile environment, while bullying is an intentional act driven by an imbalance of power. Prohibited actions cover, and by the way, this is all spelled out in the policy. It's very detailed: physical assaults, verbal threats, intimidation, name calling, racial slurs, spreading rumors, extortion, taunting, sexual harassment, and cyberbullying via cell phones or computers. So if we took a look at, like I said, I asked principals and assistant principals what was in their student handbooks. And whenever we reviewed it, very common, it's all comes from the board policy. Like I said, I cited the policies where the bullying is referenced. So as far as consequences, there's a whole process that happens, whether through the See Something, Say Something app or a student or a parent report bullying. Immediately the principal or assistant principal, take information down and then begin taking a look into the allegations of any bullying. Again, in some instances we do include our lead safety advisors. So a lot of times there's many folks that are involved in bullying. And so we definitely take a look and take it seriously. As far as consequences, we follow the progressive discipline process that's spelled out in the board policy, and that, again, like I said, handbooks are based on the board policy. A first offense, of course, this is if the allegations are founded, a first offense carries up. It's used typically 1 to 3 days of suspension, and of course, parents are involved in this whole process. As soon as bullying is reported, we typically bring parents in and let them know that there's bullying going on, and any retaliation will not be tolerated. Also, second offense results in 3 to 6 days of suspension. Also, a third offense triggers up to 9 days, 6 to 9 days of OSS. The fourth offense carries a possible discipline hearing. I do the hearings for the district, and of the hearings for the last 4 years that have happened as far as expulsion hearings or long-term suspension hearings, none of them are because of bullying. Okay, they are very offensive, really bad things that have happened. Typically the big three: guns, alcohol, tobacco, firearms, greater bodily harm, things of that nature. Also, parents and students must sign this policy as a binding, Yeah, go ahead.
Ms. Aspis has a question.
Yeah,
I'm
okay.
sorry.
President Montoya and Vice President Montoya and Board Member Haskey, I don't know how you feel, but I do want to say that I feel like, due to past sensitive happenings, I really would like this to be an executive discussion first regarding the policy with our board attorney, and then the finalized, or if we're okay with it, then do a general presentation.
Really, it was just supposed to be an overview of the policy.
Well, as we talk about discipline, and those are the things that like I want to ask, but I'm not sure if I should be asking.
Pertinent individuals, no. Specific individuals, no. But if it's just a general reading or a general overview of the policy, then there's certainly nothing wrong with that. But when we start getting into personnel matters or individual issues or concerns regarding the
That-
policy, that's
that-
totally different.
Yeah, that's what I mean, and, because of that, that's why I'm wondering, just to, save time, if we could have this as an executive item and then do a general, if we're clear on it.
Well, again, it was just a presentation. A board member had some questions regarding it, especially in light of the presentation that we just heard. And so, again, I don't know how much more you have
And
to go
if-
over.
Couple more sentences.
Okay,
And if
so
it's
he's almost done.
a review, I mean, this is the perfect opportunity to make those revisions that, prior to Vice President Montoya joining the board.
Well, and again, that's not the attempt at this point in time. It was just to go over it. And if there was any policy changes, we would submit that certainly to the general counsel to review those things and then do a proper reading of, and that's not the case. Again, to incite, if there are any questions or considerations, then that's how we can move possibly for a official reading of with considerations of changes. But this was just, again, a reading of it in light of what we just heard and what we heard at the school board conference in Albuquerque. So it's not really to change or
Well,
to consider.
I mean, still, we haven't dealt, I don't think, when the others happened, and I don't think, and then if we're gonna review something just because the New Mexico School Board, we might as well do it fully, and I believe our board attorney was, there was some concern there on some of the especially the discipline part. So I'm just
Yeah,
throwing that out there.
I understand that.
And I'm wondering, and, we can table this and wait, but I really think, besides just a review, I think this thing really needs to address before it continues. And then the mention of the principals, their handbooks, and that was one area that we wanted to be standard, because we had conflicting things, from one school to our, and then when you come to a court situation, the judge is gonna say, well, which one are you following? What policy are you following? You have one from the school itself that the parents saw and signed, and then yet you have a binder over here at the administrative office with a different set of policy. So I'm just throwing it out there.
Okay, continue,
you.
please.
Yeah, so after, as far as interventions that happen, which Principal Lee will talk about capturing kids' hearts. We also have second step, social and emotional learning, lesson plans that happen. School counselors also talk with kids about bullying. Of course, administrators talk with kids about bullying. We also have interventions where social workers are involved to mitigate, maybe mediate situation between students. A lot of integration of restorative practices within, healing of both parties. Thank you. Stand for questions.
Question, Ms. Haskell, do you have any questions?
I don't have any questions right now, thank you.
All right, Ms. Asmus, pertinent to what you had stated. Okay. Ms. Montoya?
Yes, so I did have a chance to read over the student harassment, bullying, cyberbullying prevention information. I didn't see the other 6,300 until you just mentioned now, so I'll be reading that after this. But I see the definition of, basically it reads as like one-sided. However, in this day and age, and especially in the grades like middle school and high school, it's not one person bullying the other. They're at the age where they can talk back, and it's this back and forth, and there's an obvious instigator and an obvious person that's responding to those things. And I just think maybe we should potentially outline a different policy or practice on, what we're doing when we're faced with these challenges in school, because, kids are learning their social skills, they're developing, like what kind of things we can implement in our district that help do conflict resolution, and make sure we have some sort of respect model in our district, in our classrooms, so that the likelihood of drama occurring in our district is reduced, and that's definitely a good segue into the next report we'll be listening to. But I just, like I said, it's the way it's reading, it's someone's a victim, someone's, a bully. There's no clear language on when everybody involved is said something mean, but there's an obvious instigator and someone obviously responding to those things, so.
Ms. Chappelle, in that regard and that concern, obviously that's something that we can do with respects of drafting and then submitting the first reading if there was a technical change to that, correct?
Yes, sir, absolutely. And it would also help us beef up the other things we were wanting to beef up anyway. So, yes, sir.
Okay, so really just going over it just for the consideration of certainly posting ideas and things to think about in the future. We can certainly do that and then bring it for that reading with the redactions or addition of language, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Alrighty. With that, if there's no other further questions, is Mr. So on? Still not? No? All right, if there's nothing further, Mr. Deswood, thank you
I
very
have a
much.
really quick comment in regards to that.
Okay, go ahead, Ms. Saski.
When we're gonna do the revision, I would like, more information on what, I guess, instances of cyberbullying and all the things that are mentioned in our policies. I would like to see how many of those things are occurring in our school district, probably by school, to really get a good idea of what's occurring in the school district as we refine and we amend or we update our policy. Thank you.
Okay, I appreciate that. I don't have anything further, but again, if it is a consideration, then we can certainly present those to the general counsel to put down applicable language for that. With that, we can move on to item C, Capturing Kids' Hearts, report by Sherilyn Lee, Cleveland Middle School principal. Thank you, Mr. Deswood.
Good evening, Superintendent Carlson, President Montoya, Vice President Montoya, and Ms. Aspis, and board members Suzette Houski online, and everyone else online as well. Thank you for the opportunity to present the Capturing Kids' Hearts program that KMS is implementing. I know we have several other schools in the district that are looking to, that are participating in doing this program. So Capturing Kids' Hearts is a social emotional learning professional development program for teachers, staff, and students. And the purpose of this program is to provide an environment for our students that is safe and supportive. Also in the classrooms, we will be, teachers will be providing social skills, lessons on social skills, how to navigate through bullying situations, different things that they may encounter on within a school. Okay. Yes.
Are you going to have the one pager projected?
Yeah, we can. Is it? This
Yeah.
one?
Just, we'll let Sharon, could you let Sharon know what it looks like?
Oh, where's she at?
She's online.
Is there a
She's
camera?
everywhere.
Sharon.
She can hear you.
Sharon, it's the one pager. On top of it, it says, "Together we create remarkable schools."
The computer's not working, so I can't see it. I can't open it. Types the numbers, but I can't type it.
Yep, that one. Thank you, Sharon.
Oh, there you go.
So, like I was mentioning, it's an SEL program. And before I go into all of the details, I just want to highlight that the New Mexico PED Department, in their MLSS program, their multi-layer support system of supports, capturing kids' hearts is considered as a layer 1 support in behavioral interventions. So the PED is also working with them in their new initiative on behavioral. I just went to their conference last week, but they have promoted capturing kids' hearts as a way, as a system to bring into schools to help students and teachers deal with, like I said, a variety of issues, bullying. There's character lessons, social skills lessons, lots of good stuff that's in there. And each month they have a theme that they work on, we will work on as a school. Also, in addition to the PED promoting this program, community schools, Kirtland Middle School is a community school. And in that community schools, we have 6 key practices, and capturing kids' hearts touches on the key practice number 5, which is building a culture, school culture of belonging and safety and care for our students. And it also hits the key practice number 6, which is integrated systems of supports. And this includes behavior and ISS and discipline models. So I just wanted to highlight that this program does meet both of those criterias. So moving to the one-pager, the report that you see, capturing kids' hearts, like I said, this program, teachers will have logins. They will conduct monthly lessons with students that build character, teach them social skills, and then also at the beginning of the school year, the teachers in their classrooms with each class, because we are middle school, we have 7 classes, they build their social contracts, and that's their rules and guidelines and expectations for students to give them guidelines on how to behave, how they're going to interact with their peers, how they're going to treat their teachers, and so forth. So every social contract in every single class is different and unique to that class. In addition to social contracts, students are encouraged to build relationships with their teachers through little activities. One that is most common is called Good Things, and this is where students come into the classroom after the initial bell ringer or even during the bell ringer. Students are invited to share things that happened the night prior or over the weekend, and by sharing any information from the students, this helps build teacher and student relationships. It also gives their classmates an idea of what they did, what they like. They start having these commonalities and familiarities with each other, so that builds friendship. In addition to building student and teacher relationships, this will contribute to building positive school culture, not just with students and teachers, but staff overall. My goal is to have everybody in my building trained with this program and to implement the strategies that they're using so that we can have a safe school. One of the key highlights is their discipline model. They have the 4 questions that we're always going to ask students. What are you doing? What are you supposed to be doing? If you're not doing that, it's just a basic set of redirection of questions. So the accountability of what the student should have been doing is back on them versus, just not getting away and not doing anything. So there is a process of how this program works. We do need some time at the beginning of the year to get this process going. Let's see. Other positives, it's going to help improve academic performance. It's going to foster trauma-informed care. And most importantly, we hope that it reduces discipline. I don't have data on that. KMS just had a recent training in May. It wasn't the full training, but at least we were able to get something in and to finish out the school year on a positive note. So I'm hoping to collect data and see how this works next year for us in reducing discipline. We hope that this helps grow and build relationships in our building. Like I said, our goal is to build school culture, not just among staff members, but among everybody in there. And the lessons, like I said, the lessons are social skills, building social skills. The first lesson is what is character? So it talks about having character, and then it goes into different traits of character, being trustworthy, being honest, and so forth. So throughout the month, each week, students will get a new lesson on character building and social skills. And one of the most important benefits of this program as a principal is if we have a system in place that where students and staff respect each other and build this sense of belonging, it's going to be able to help keep our teachers in our building. So we're looking to hopefully improve our teacher retention rate. Student participation goes up because they're in a place they feel safe to learn and make mistakes. And we just want to make sure that our students come to our building enjoying learning. Okay. All right, any questions on this program?
Open up to the board. Ms. Haskell, any questions?
No, I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Ms. Aspis? Go ahead.
Which age are you doing this, or is PED putting this out to all schools?
So thank you for that question. So this program has K through 12, every grade level. So there are lessons for every single grade level. So we just pick, if a teacher is using this in her 7th grade class, then that's the grade level she'll go to for the program. And then our 8th grade teachers go to the 8th grade program, but it's for K through 12.
What about the DARE program? I thought we were, yeah, I mean, if PED is putting this out to all, and then we have the DARE program, which is you know, through the Sheriff's Department. Which one are we with the school resource officer?
Ms. Arnold? What was the question?
This is put out by PED, so what about the DARE program? And I was asking if
There you go. We have an answer coming up.
So DARE was what the county was for drugs. So we have Capturing Kids' Hearts. We used to have PACS, remember PACS? We have Capturing Kids' Hearts. We also have HOPE. And then we also have Second Step. So we have 3 programs. It's not mandated by the PED to use this. The PED allows the districts to choose whichever cell program they want to go with. Yeah, so it's one that we've gone with for, I think, actually it was here before I got here, because there was a transition from PACS to Capturing Kids' Hearts.
because the end of the school year, you had it seemed like there was a good I don't know what you call it, graduation of the ones that were in the DARE program, and I remember OHO being one of those. And so I'm hoping is, you know, because PED comes out and does, you know, is pushing, I don't know if they push, I shouldn't say that, but whatever our students or our teachers are comfortable with, you know, and but from what I saw on Facebook, and then also with the end of the year celebrations. I thought it was really nice. And then going through the book, when it was first rolled out, you know, you talked about character, compacts and things like that. So, and I, looking at that book, it seemed like that's what they do. And, you know, just a lot of different training and different ways of handling, whatever bullying or, you know, other negative things. Thank you.
Any questions?
Yes. I did have a chance to look through the overview, and the numbers that they presented were really promising. I did like to see the 11% increase in standardized test scores. We definitely would love to see that. I also noticed that there was a teen leadership program component to this. Is this something that you'd be implementing at KMS as well as part of the program?
I would hope so. We need to get the foundational skills of getting everybody trained and on the same page first, and then we can start building into leadership classes and, you know, the team program.
The teen leadership program. Yeah, that'd be great.
Yeah, we'll work up to that, but, you know, we want to get everybody on board first.
Perfect. And then you did mention at the previous presentation you held for us back in, was that March, April? That you were actively looking into holding parenting classes on cell phone use and teaching parents how to put those protections in place on kids' devices. Just really appreciative of you taking that initiative and putting in that type of effort. That's definitely something that we need in our district, and happy to have you as a leader in that front. So thank you.
Thank you. I will make sure that's on our flyer for August. And so that way we can start opening opportunities for parents to come in and get assistance with that.
I have another question.
Go ahead, Ms. Aspis.
If this is KMS Middle School, so are we gonna get other principals here to, if they're gonna?
I certainly, you know, when you referenced that DARE program, the more opportunity we have to give our students an outlet, or certainly a sense of direction or support, then the better off they're going to be, whether it's capturing kids' hearts. And as Mr. Deswood said, it's not this isn't mandated by the state, but it's given as an opportunity. And if it's being utilized there at the school, well, then fine. Or if TBA uses something else and you're more inclined to ask for them to come down to do a presentation on what they're doing and how it's working, to assist them. Because I know years ago they had another program. It was a young girl nationally that would go around to the schools, and I don't remember the name of the program, but they had instituted, this was like over 10 years ago, 10, 12 years ago, they instituted at TBAs. So from my perspective, the more we can do to help them, the better off they're going to be with that support. And kind of almost in the same respects to what Mr. Colon was saying, trying to push back and beat back that dark side of social media and those effects and impacts. So if it works there, then more power to you and your kids. And if some other school is using something else, then that's fine.
Well, I'm certainly not against one by one, but usually there's board members up here that want to kill like 7 birds with 1 stone. So that's why I'm asking.
But again, I mean, do we need to mandate it? Probably not. Is it an option? Yeah. But that's what I'm saying. It's an opportunity. If they want to pick it up and utilize it, then they can. So, is there anything further? You good? Okay.
Thank you.
No, thank you. I appreciate it. On to item D, EOY, iMSSA, and Amira Assessment Results. Ms. Thur, Mr. Deswood, and Ms. Connolly. Pull it up on my phone. Yeah. Oh, really? I don't know what happened. Okay. All right. Let's see what it shows online. Okay. Let's see. All right, go ahead. I'm sorry. I was thinking
No,
out loud here.
you're fine, you're fine, thank you. Good evening, Board President, Board Vice President, Board members, Superintendent. We are here to present the iMSSA and Amira assessment data for end of year 2026. Just a reminder, the iMSSA are the interim measures of student success for reading, language, math for grades 3 through 8. And Amira is the, we have interims for Amira, but also progress monitoring for reading, math for grades K through 2. Next slide.
Hold on just
Do
a
I need
minute.
to wait? Okay.
I can't hear you. What did you say? I just make sure that we still have continuity, Ms. Haskey, so we don't break quorum. That's
Oh,
all.
okay,
Because she has to step out for a few minutes.
okay.
Ms. Haskey?
I hear you.
All righty. Make sure we're not breaking continuity, so we're not breaking quorum. All right, continue, please. I apologize.
No worries, thank you so much. So for Amira, grades K through 2, this is a comparison for our beginning of the year measurement and to the end of the year. You can see here that our end of the year, we had at our level 4 and 5, which is our proficients. Overall, for kindergarten, we had 37% that were proficient. For first grade, we had 27%. And for second grade, we had 23%, which is an increase. We always want to see the red decreasing, and we want to see those greens increasing, which we do. For first grade, I'm sorry. Microphone's in my way. Do you have any questions regarding this slide as far as the comparison between beginning of the year and end of year?
Any questions from the board, Ms. Haskey?
No, but I'm glad that we're seeing more green. Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Montoya?
No questions.
Okay, next slide. Oh, sorry, Mr. Montoya.
Not necessarily a question, but more of a comment, because I did ask for the disaggregated information, and I believe it shows the iMSSA, but it just shows the third grade and not the rest. And I think that's why the superintendent stepped out to see why. Because all
For
we have in our
iMSSA?
packet is the third grade. Oh, okay. 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 Yeah, because all we're able to see is when you click on that one, it just shows the third. All right, go ahead and continue.
Okay, continuing with the mirror, the comparison, pardon me, comparison between beginning of the year and end of the year, math across the board was our largest growth. Beginning of the year, you can see, and of course, again, with the mirror, you want to see the growth in that green, and you see a massive growth by the end of the year for our proficient in kindergarten, first grade, and second grade in our math proficiencies. Huge, huge gains on our Amira. Next slide, please. Here is our iMSSA, which is our interims. This is showing you again a difference between beginning of the year, end of year by grade level. For third grade, we have a difference of 18% gain. Fourth grade, 18%. Fifth grade, an 8% gain. Sixth grade, a 10% gain. 7th grade 13% gain, and 8th grade 17% gain. And this is for our reading. If we look at the next slide, we will see our gains in language. 3rd grade, we have a 19% gain. 4th grade, we have a 13% gain. 5th grade, we have a 12% gain. 6th grade, 19% gain. 7th grade, 11% gain. 8th grade, 10% gain. And on our next slide, we will see our gains in math. For 3rd grade, 24% gain. 4th grade, 24% gain. 5th grade, 25% gain. 6th grade, 31% gain. 7th grade, 13% gain. And 8th grade, 14% gain. We do have those broken down by school. I can read those off for you if you would like. We just don't have them in the slide.
As long as we had it in the packet, then we can take a look at it, because I know there's board members who like to question that or look at that disaggregated information like I do.
Absolutely.
So, and that's important, because we need to see what everybody's doing within the schools and how the school's doing matched up to the other school. My only question with regards to the end of year is how they match up to the state.
I have those as well. Yeah, it'll also be included in the entire spreadsheet that you have. It will include the state gains as well, and it compares each school. It'll have the district, and it'll also have the state on there. So, and if you would like that in any other format, I would be happy to do that.
All righty, I appreciate that, thank you.
Any other questions?
No, Ms. Haskey, any questions?
No, thank you.
All right, Ms. Matoya?
No questions.
All right, thank you, appreciate it.
We have other assessments coming, they just haven't been released yet. So we'll report as they come in, the results.
I appreciate that, thank you very much, because it matters. And I don't know if I said this out loud in one of our meetings, but I was really disturbed. That's why it matters, but disturbed with the comment that was made that I was told somebody from the PED made in reference to CCSD about us being at the bottom of the bucket. I don't like that.
I don't agree with that either, looking at our results.
Point being is, it should be jet fuel on a damn fire for us to do better. Not just good, not mediocre, but better, much better. I think we have some of the brightest kids in the state and across this country, and obviously our robotics team proved that internationally. So yes, we can do better.
And I would also say that when looking at data, there are specific points that our district outdoes the state.
Oh, absolutely, I believe that. I believe it. So when you guys get it, please bring that forward. If there's nothing further at this time, I appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Okay. As long as we can get it. Yeah, as long as we can have it, that's what matters. Okay, on to item E, presentation and consideration of rebranding of Career Prep High School by Mr. Paniagua, Mr. Noble. I do not
Good evening,
Mr. Paniagua.
Board President, members of the board, Superintendent Carlson. Brian Paniagua is online, but before we begin, I do want to introduce you to some students who have contributed to the rebranding of Career Prep High School. If you guys see your name and where you go to school and what grade, perhaps.
Hi, I'm Alexander Yazi. I go Career Prep for 2 years now. I am a junior, and I worked on this project with my friends and my the people. And I really worked hard with my friends, and then we had a good friend and good moments and all that. But yeah, I go Career Prep now. Yeah.
Hi, I'm Emily Caboni.
Adjust it.
Oh, I'm a senior now, and I go to Career Prep High School.
Hi everyone, I'm Matea Totoni and I helped to put this project together and I go to Career Prep High School and I'm a junior.
Board President, members of the board, Superintendent Carlson, I think it would be best if Brian Peniagua went over just that there was a survey that was conducted where nearly half the students in the school participated, and they were just basically coming up with the mascot, the school colors, and the school name. So Mr. Peniagua, if you might maybe want to run down kind of just briefly in May what happened.
Sure, thank you. Good evening, Board President Montoya, members of the board, Superintendent Carlson. Forgive me for not being there. I'm in Oklahoma on a bike ride with my father, but I was able to join you guys tonight. So in the rebranding effort, back in March, actually, when I presented to the students, I put forth to them the task of coming up with a new name, new logo, new mascot, all of that good stuff. And from March to May, students were submitting names. They submitted it to teachers, and I got to point out Miss Erica John. She had some of the biggest response from some of her students to get a list of names together. From that list of names, Miss Vesta Mizell, one of our other teachers, took on the role of putting the surveys together and putting them out in Google Forms and getting those to the students. So students were able to vote. We kept the survey open for quite a while, and they voted on the names that were presented, and then they had the opportunity to list their favorite colors and what colors they thought that the school should be and what would represent them and the school the best, as well as a mascot. And so what the students that are standing before you did was take that information and all of the feedback from the students, the name, the color, the mascot, and they worked really hard last week. And I have to thank Mr. Noble as well for taking the lead on this. He led a really nice focus group. We had other students who are on campus right now going to summer school, and they had input in some of this as well. So I just wanted to really point out that this was an effort that was a big team effort from the teachers and especially the students and Mr. Noble in putting together what you're about to see.
Board President, members of the board, Superintendent Carlson. So there was, in the survey, it's, by the way, in your board packets, the survey results of everything, what the students wrote down. And there's, obviously there was a very overwhelming result of red and black. The students really wanted red and black in their school for their primary colors. And there was an overwhelming amount of support for having an eagle as the mascot. And so I just want to leave on this here where there's two names that were kind of 50-50. The first was being that there was Diné Technical High School was one of the names that was in there. As we looked over it with the results with Mr. Peniagua and our admin team, that we were just concerned that the name would associate with a lot of other universities around here, especially the school colors primarily in a mascot that was very similar with the school color too. We just didn't want to associate them with them very much. So that's when we went with looking at the survey again and went through and saw that the other name that the students were really heavily in favor for was Eagle Peak Academy or Career Academy, Eagle Peak Career Academy. And so with your support, board president, members of the board, Superintendent Carlson, that so our team behind me went in and created this branding kit for our board to have their support, to approve the school colors, the mascot, the school name, and of course there's mission statements and core values that have come in with the from our students. And then as Sharon is going through, and I can have the students talk a little bit more about the process with the logo and the school colors. There's also, we threw in gold, which we thought the students thought was very important. And but before you, there's also two logos they created, and we were hoping for the board to have support to approve both those logos. We believe that there shouldn't have to be just one logo, that perhaps there could be one for academics, and then there can be one for sports and athletics, or clubs such as Skills USA, and maybe a robotics team there, or just wherever they would do outside of the school campus to go and compete.
Can I interject something here?
Sure.
I love the one on the left.
Well,
but more importantly, it's designed by their students.
Mm-hmm.
And that is awesome.
Board President, members of the board, Mr. Carlson, we are extremely proud because this is not AI made. These students sat down and really went through and I was always asking them the question when they were going through the logo design and creating it. We just wanted there to be meaning behind every single design that they were doing. So as you could tell, there's a shield around one of the eagles. Well, I should actually be letting the students talk about their logos here, if you don't mind, Board President, members of the board, Superintendent Carlson.
Please.
Go ahead. We'll let Emily, Emily's actually the designer of the left logo.
That is awesome.
The the shield in the background of my logo of the eagle is mainly for like the protection of how much the eagle protects you. And I was going off like the traditional way of how or what the eagle represents, the traditional way. So that's why the shield is in the background of the eagle.
And to the credit of the second one as well, I mean, that in of itself, and like what you were saying about whether if there's an athletic program or something else to have that on there, I could absolutely see that. So that is very nice as well. So kudos to the young man, or I'm sorry, young lady. My apologies. I didn't read the name correctly, so my bad. No, they're wonderful. So thank you very much. I appreciate it. Continue, please.
Well, I'll let Mateo talk a little bit more about it too. Just that there's a process where she's a great drawer, sir, and she went in and we kind of did a process where she kind of found some inspiration and printed some things out, and we went back to the scanner, going through the graphic design process of it, and we can tell you a little bit more about the colors, a little bit about Emily's logo. As you can see, the red and gold feathers underneath, that represents passion, and that was a core value that the students wanted our students to feel at the school. Also in that branding kit, there's a lot of core values that they all went through and picked out these one word values. And so we try our best to incorporate some of the values into the logos. As you can see, the feathers underneath hopefully represent like fire and passion in the school building for when they go through the academy. And then obviously too, the shield could represent academics, and that's what we're hoping for a student to see that, and to see that this is a high school that you can come to and to be prepared for the future. Sharon, if you can go ahead and go back up to the mission statement, because this again was created by students. I believe it's the page 3 there, yep. The mission statement is the Eagle Peak Career Academy empowers every student to choose their own pathway, whether through college, career, or community leadership, by providing a supportive environment where every passion has a place and every graduate is prepared for whatever comes next. So again, the eagle, the red and gold hopefully represents that. And so, but Mateo, I'll go ahead and let you kind of still talk about your logo and the process. And Xander also was a great contributor to our branding kit, and I think his input would be great, Board President.
I would want my logo to represent like it should make people feel empowered and communicate by citizenship, as in like hardworking, independent, creativity, respected, and educational and successful. Yeah.
My input was on how we picked the colors and like designed the eagle and the shield. I want my school to represent like the determined and to like accomplish and feel welcome, like just to feel that you're there. Like our logo to represent our culture too, like just a little bit of that too. That way we picked the main color red because like there's a lot of red around here. But I really liked how we picked out the design though. Like the eagle shows like their determination. It shows how we're in the grow and empowered. I really wanted our school to show that we can do something, that we are determined. Yeah, thank you.
Board President, I think that's the perfect way to wrap up that presentation, and we stand for questions.
Ms. Haskey, any questions for our students or Mr. Noble?
I don't have any questions, but I think it's great that everybody had a voice in that, in determining what the logo was going to be and the meaning behind all of it. So thank you for the presentation and thank you for your hard work.
Ms. Montoya?
No questions, just comments on the three of you coming together to collaborate and put this together and represent your school and present in front of all of us. Really appreciate it, and you guys did an amazing job.
Absolutely. They talk about student agency in education and having a voice. And not only do we get to hear it, we get to see it. And I absolutely love it. It's wonderful. It really is. And I wish you had some stickers already, man, because I'd love to have a couple of them. They're wonderful. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay. That was good. Very good. Outstanding. Reports, possible board action. A, CCSD gifted spring update and ASU partnership. MOA by Kate Morris. Ms. Morris, please.
All right. Good evening, board. President Montoya, Vice President Montoya, Ms. Haskey, and Mr. Carlson. Thank you guys for this evening. So just a very quick update about the Gifted and Talented program. We had a very successful spring semester where we tested over 350 students that were recommended by the community, teachers, students, and students themselves. We found over 89 gifted students across the district. We had multiple students at each school that were identified. So we will be adding that to our current roster, and we will be around 250 gifted students across the district. Along with our gifted program, one of the flagships is the ASU partnerships. These are in two different entities. So the first ones I am looking at is ASU Prep Global. This is the entity that provides us with gifted programming for gifted program students that are looking for advancement, curriculum compacting, Cambridge curriculum, and acceleration. We are very proud our students had 98% success rate with our ASU Prep Global classes this year, and we would like to renew the partnership with them for July 1st through June 30th, 2027. With the program, it is remaining the same. It is going up by $25 each course, which equals $475 per course, which includes all materials, teacher, everything, and curriculum compacting. Sharon, if you want to switch to the next one. Our second partnership, which is kind of confusing, but it's also Arizona State University. It's their universal learning courses, which are their dual credit courses. Now, we have a lot of dual credit options across the district, but dual credit for gifted students, sometimes they want to be going out of state to larger universities that possibly wouldn't take a local community college or local college. So we've had between 25 and 30 students each semester take these courses. This last spring, we had a 96% success rate for those college credit courses. We are looking to renew that partnership with them from July 1st to June 30th. And this is $250 per course for gifted learners at the high school level. And I stand for questions.
Open up to the board. Ms. Haskey, any questions?
With the $150 per credit or per class, is it per credit or per class?
Are you talking about the $250 one?
The fee?
Yeah.
Yes, for the fee to take the classes?
Yeah, so that is $250 per course. And when you look at ASU classes, when you're going on campus or even online, they're usually about $930 to $990 a credit hour. And so this is a very large partnership that is growing across the United States, and their main mission is to get high quality college education to remote areas. So we are a prime example of places that they want to partner with.
I'm really thankful for the opportunity. It was really hard. I had to move myself.
Thank you.
Okay, so any other questions from the board? Ms. Aspis, any questions? Ms. Montoya? Okay. So I'm just looking at the payment provisions. The program will be operated under the following payment parameters.
This is the ASU Universal Learning course.
Okay.
So they have several different options available. Because we are a Title I district, we as an entity, when we designed the program, decided that we wouldn't have an option where parents could pay for the school or the classes. It would only be provided through the school and through the school day. And so because we are offering the class, we are actually 3.2. 3.1 and 3.12 are some different options that other places do, but we would choose the entity where we are billed at $250, and the students actually get if they make a C or higher, it goes on their college transcript. If they do not if they make a D or F, it doesn't go on their transcript. And actually, even for students that make Cs, they have the opportunity to put it on their transcript, but they can use their discretion.
Okay.
So it's a really nice way they can dip their toe into higher education without wrecking their career with one class that they've never taken before.
It's not absolutely punitive, basically.
Mm-hmm.
That's good. Okay, that was a question I had because you actually walked right into what, as far as the cost to the students, so I appreciate that.
We have several students that are on track for graduating with over 24 credits from ASU next spring.
Wow.
In a healthcare, 2 of them are in a healthcare management program.
Okay. Well, if there's nothing further, I appreciate the presentation and the responses, especially in regards to the liability of the students that the district is taking care of that. And you said you had a 97% success rate?
96% success rate for the college classes, and then for the 6 through 12 classes that are the advanced curriculum, we had a 98% success rate. And really have to give credit to the gifted teachers who act as coaches to those students, helping them learn how to use the computers, how to utilize and become a digital learner. Because as COVID showed us, it's not natural.
No, it takes a certain amount of discipline to do it as well, too. I mean, not everybody can. But the fact that they're doing that is even more impressive. All right, very good. I appreciate that. So,
Can I make a motion to approve the CCSD Gifted Spring Update and ASU Partnership MOA?
is there a second?
I second.
Okay. Vote a roll call. Ms. Haskey?
Yes.
Ms. Aspis? All right. Ms. Montoya?
Yes.
And myself, you have 4 yeses. Thank you.
Thank you.
That success rate is outstanding. On to item B, approval of the Lower Valley Amateur Baseball Congress for the facility use of the baseball fields by Ms. Gallagher.
Good evening, President Montoya, Vice President Montoya, and Secretary Aspis, and Superintendent. I come to you this evening with the Lower Valley Facility Use Agreement for the use of the complex at Judy Nelson and the complex at Kirtland Central High School. This rental agreement was first written by what I'm understanding in 2024. It has not been signed yet for this year. So I'm bringing it to you now. I did make very few changes to this facility use agreement because it had been drawn up by, I believe, our attorneys. The one thing I did want to increase, as you can see, and I still need to make a change, we used to charge $150 per year. I would like to change that to what's in parentheses, $200 per year. I feel like that's exceptionally reasonable to use those facilities and for us to help with the upkeep on them during the summer season. So do you want me to read this or just look over it yourselves?
Well, may I?
Yes.
The, when you say that 200, what does that 200 exactly cover?
All it is their rental fee to use a facility. The same as if someone used a commons area at the high schools, there would be a fee to use that. It's just their facility use fee.
Okay, there's also a concession, there's bathrooms, and so what do you mean? And there's upkeep of the field, the markings of the field?
I don't think we do any of the markings. What I'm saying is, since it is district property, and if there's damage to fences or something, eventually we're going to have to repair those. So that's just, just kind of to help offset part of that. It's not gonna offset all of it because it's highly used.
Before we go any further, I'm kind of confused here. Why is finance speaking on this instead? I would think it would be coming from Rodney. Operations.
I don't know. I was given the facility use to get the agreement in place. I believe Rodney is important also because it is operations. I was just asked to do this so we could get it signed because right now they're using the facility daily almost without a rental agreement.
And also I've been contacted and I believe we, on our part, I think we failed to a lot of this, to go over different things to fees, and I didn't know there was a fee assessed. And I thought that if they were our students and, community, that, that it was there for them.
It's not only our students.
May I speak?
Yes.
And so I feel, and it was right where the operations director was transitioning, if you want to say, and so I think we failed to continue and to talk about this, and then also to sit down with, because from what I understand, there was a committee, and now there's conflicts where with the concession, there's money being made, and people are wondering where that money is going, and it said that it's going into a fund, and so even with that, if it's our facility, then that money is to be accounted for, and so I think there's a lot more to this than and I hope that and I kept referring, I kept mentioning Rodney's name. You could go talk to Mr. Armenta. And I thought he was the one that was the overseer in all of this, and but I think there's more to it, and we need to sit down with the committee, and then hash out a lot of this. And from what I understand too, is that the teams pay a certain cost, and some of that is to cover even the bathroom cleaning, and yet the bathroom has been horrible. And on my part, I've known this for about the last 2 weeks, and we're gonna have to do something about it, and before it becomes a risk, a health risk, or somebody needs to go in there and clean.
With regards to any facility use, Superintendent, a fee has to be paid, correct? Whether it's a gym, whether it's a cafeteria, whether it's a field, especially in regards to an outside organized organization coming in to utilize facilities such as the baseball fields in Kirtland. It's not part of the school. It's a youth league. They're asking us to use those fields. That is separate than a school using it, an elementary school using it, but a competitive sports league. But to your point, Ms. Aspis, you bring up some points that are very valid, because there's some other points that I would certainly like added to it. And that would fall under, and I don't want to get too far off the topic, but certainly when it comes to competitiveness on those fields, standards, coaching standards, that all need to be worked into the language that you presented that we see here on the computers. I know they're already probably right in the middle of their season.
They're ending.
Excuse me?
They're ending.
Okay, I don't know how soon that's going to be. Do you know, Mr. Armenta?
Board President Montoya, Vice President Montoya, Secretary Aspis, thank you for, Mr. Carlson, thank you for listening to this. And I have spoke to to the league president regarding some of the issues that are discussed that you've heard as far as a facility. My understanding is that they just finished their big tournament for the leagues throughout Bloomfield, Aztec, Kirtland, Shiprock, and that now they're starting their city league, and they want to have like their opening day ceremonies for the summer. Is now they ended one part of it and they're starting the next.
What is the date of that?
I have not got that. He was going to send an invitation to the board.
And
Okay.
then may I?
Yes.
Also to I guess the design of that field, is that a certain age group, or does it entail up into the teens that's another thing. I think they hurried, as far as one team was complaining about, was that they hurried this season for the little ones in order to get started with the older league, if you want to say, and I'm wondering what was this specifically developed for, designed for, what age group, what age range, and then also my understanding is the whole reason why the field was built was we have Shiprock Baseball Association down here that was going, and then we have of course Farmington. So Kirtland always had to decide whether or not to go to Shiprock or Farmington, and now we have a baseball. Now we have a excellent field and an excellent compound that, but because of all these little squabbles and really no direction, they're saying that they don't want to be a part of it.
So what I'm going to ask from your concerns and my concerns, I'm certainly not going to put words of thought in Ms. Montoya's mind, but I think there's enough that even the contract in and of itself, with some of the things that we've talked about, I think it'd be a really good idea to table it and have our general counsel take a look at it and then make it applicable, because again, it's one thing to have the schools use it, and then it's another to have a competitive organization utilize it and not function in a manner that the schools are mandated to operate by, NNMA rules, sanctioned rules, those kinds of things that in my humble opinion, need to be applicable to that contract, because everybody needs to know and understand why these facilities are there and what we're trying to teach in the long run of competitiveness. So I'm just gonna go ahead and ask that we table this at this point in time, and then just go ahead and end the discussion and give it to the general counsel and take a look at it and make it applicable. You can give the concerns to her and I can give the concerns, and we can put that in a document. And do you have a comment, Ms. Montoya?
Maybe include penalty fees for not fulfilling the requirements under
Obligations.
the training, custodial maintenance, things like that.
Oh. Yeah, because there has to be, I mean, somebody's got to keep it up and be responsible for it, so.
Well, I guess it was happening.
Yeah.
But it's something they drummed up on their own, but even the upkeep of the field, even the markings, that has to be maintained for the safety of of the players.
Absolutely.
And so I don't want to make this a punitive thing, because you know what it's like to be a coach. You know what it's like to, go out there and put your foot out there and say, your hat out there and say, I'll go ahead. Okay, I'll go ahead and try this, and do this, and I think it was with good intentions, and I don't want to make it punitive, but we all need to come to that same understanding.
Expectation.
Board President, if I may.
Yes, please.
When the original contract was written, and what a beautiful field, when the district invested that money, and when it was decided upon to be able to accommodate from 8U to 12U at that facility, and it's written in here that anything above that, they could have access to the high school fields. But it was written that the Central Consolidated Schools students would have first priority to any of them fields.
Always.
So that was always what was that was stated. Now, as far as the school district's responsibility is that we would provide cleaning supplies to the facility, but they would upkeep them. We would upkeep the fields, the watering, the mowing, As far as like the turning of the fields during play and relining, that was up to the league and stuff like that. So I think you're making a very, very good point. I think we need to relook at this. When it was first drawn up, it was put together, and then during the transition, we missed the next year and they just operated. So my question, I think Ms. Gallagher's question as well would be, do we just tell the league with this new league coming up, just continue, because they have their own insurance, they have their own everything, just to utilize the facilities while we go through this?
I would like to see them at the table too.
Okay,
So do they get to keep using it until we get to the table?
okay.
Can we get a date for the start date for, because obviously we don't want to cut them off and say, shoo, go away,
Right.
because now you got a bunch of despondent families and more importantly, kids. But again, in my opinion, the idea of expectation that we have as a district to service not just our kids, but the communities in general, and provide those facilities to be able to do so comes with a cost, and that cost is accountability. So they need to know that and understand that. So I hope that's communicated to them, that we're very seriously looking at this and how we proceed. And again, I don't think anybody here is in favor of cutting them off and saying no, but certainly let them know that basically they're going to be on notice in respects to how they utilize those facilities until we come up with a document that satisfies the board's responsibility as fiduciaries to our facilities.
And I've been in very good contact with the president of the league. He's communicated with me very well. We've discussed, you know, there are parents and stuff that's happened that we're aware of. So we're looking at it from both aspects of what's best from the school district's perspective, for the facilities, and for the students in our local students that are playing on those fields, whether it be from Shiprock, from the Ojo area, from Kirtland. But as long as, you know, our students in the people from our community are getting the first, in that it's been done fairly. And so that's what we'll make sure we get that all addressed and bring them to the table. And I will, before we leave here tonight, I'll have a time of when the.
Last thing I want to do is put a lock in them gates.
Right.
Plain and simple. Alrighty.
Well, I don't want to have a lock on that gate for health issues, hygiene, you know.
Yeah.
And, but, again, I commend people of our community that you know, come out and, you've been a coach before, Gary.
Absolutely.
And so, I think, you know, when I don't want nothing punitive, and then on top of that, I want to say so bad, and I think I'll say it, it was our fault, because we had a transition going on that, it was something that slipped through. And then when you think about it, about CCSD facilities, we have even begun on the swimming pools. So that's another topic.
For another day. All right, so you understand where we stand?
We understand that.
Alrighty, thank you.
Thank you, Board.
Something like a motion to table?
Motion to table.
Ms. Aspis, second?
I second.
Vote roll call, Ms. Haskey? Somebody dropped off. Ms. Aspis?
Yes.
Ms. Montoya?
Yes.
And I vote yes. All right, pass the table. All right, moving on to item B, or I'm sorry, item C, unique trip requests, Unity 2026 National Conference, Oklahoma City, Oklahoma, July 19th to the 14th. And Mr. Russell. Obviously, that is not Mr. Russell.
I was just going to say he's going to join online. He's going to do
All
the
right.
report. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. Mr. President Montoya, members of the board, and Mr. Carlson, and all of you who are in attendance tonight, either in person or joining virtually like I am this evening. And then to the newly elected board member, Ms. Montoya, it's a pleasure to have you come aboard with the district, and congratulations on your new election. I haven't met you yet before, but I'm here to present this unique field trip, which will be taking place on July 9th through the 14th. And it's classified as a unique field trip because it's an out of state, and it's going to be over 2 nights, and which is needing requirements from the board's approval. And as I mentioned, the date for this is July 9th through the 14th, which is going to be approximately 5 nights. And this is to the Unity National 2026 National Conference in Oklahoma City, Oklahoma. And this is marking their 50th anniversary. And so it's considered to be a big celebration. It had originated from Oklahoma City on its first year. And so to celebrate it there, this 50th anniversary, would be nice to join, take some art students to this trip. And we recently, in the springtime, we had a student summit in Farmington at San Juan College, and we collaborated with the Unity organization to where they consulted workshops. And so out of that collaboration, they awarded a student with a free registration to attend the national conference. And then after awarding the one student, they generously added 4 more free passes for registration. So this was a good opportunity to get together a few students from our school district as a roster, and the logistics show that we're taking 14 students, and this is students in this current year who are freshmen to juniors. So, and that's from all of the 4 high schools, from Shiprock, Newcomb, Career Prep, and Kirtland Central. We'll have 3 adult chaperones, myself, the male chaperone, and then we'll have 2 female chaperones, which is my colleague Mia Cientes and our Newcomb High School facilitator, Phyllis Wilson. And the transportation we'll be using will be a combination of a bus from here to Durango, and then airline from Durango to Oklahoma City. And then there at the airport, we'll be utilizing either a shuttle or Uber. And then the financial breakdown of this field trip cost is the total cost is approximately $37,864, which is approximately per student $2,227.30. And then this is going to be totally funded by the JOM Johnson O'Malley funds. And the purpose of this trip, educational purpose and justification. The core purpose is to empower student leadership and advocacy through our CCSD Equity Council. And then how it will benefit our students who are attending will participate in the National Unity curriculum to enhance leadership skills, build advocacy frameworks, and gain vital cultural exposure by interacting with youth from other tribal nations. And then the conference also is structured to empower Native American students by strengthening their leadership capabilities, which directly promotes deep pride in their cultural identity and increases self-esteem. And so the current status of this trip is I included an itinerary, a detailed itinerary. Also, as far as the roster, we do have students who are confirming with me at the moment, and we'll give you the final listing of the student roster here pretty soon. And then, so I'm just seeking the final CCSD school board approval to proceed with formal travel arrangements and transportation ticketing. And at this point, I stand for questions.
I'd open up to the board. Ms. Haskell, any questions? If you're still on.
No questions, thank you.
Ms. Aspis?
I don't have any questions.
Oh, thank you, Mr. So. Ms. Aspis?
Yes, the rest of the agenda, can we see that? I just see the top part of Fridays. And Saturday and so each of them have a certain day on the college.
Yeah, each of the days have its like either I think it's red day, orange day, skirt day, traditional attire day, and so. Flashback.
Oh, I want pictures. That's neat. Thank you.
Ms. Montoya, any questions?
No questions.
If no further questions, someone like to make a motion to approve?
I motion.
I second.
That was Ms. Haskell. What a roll call. Ms. Haskell?
Yes.
Mr. So?
Yes.
Ms. Aspis?
Yes.
Ms. Montoya?
Yes.
And myself, that's 5. The trip is approved. Thank you very much for that, Mr. Donovan.
May I?
Thank you. You guys have a good evening.
Donovan, I've seen you in action before with your students and also the chaperones, and I do want to say that I hope you're not carrying too much fruit in your backpack, but do take care of our students while out there. And I've seen how other students are, when I went to Albuquerque and Skills USA, and that was an experience. And but I really want our students to stand out and be well behaved and courteous. Thank you.
Definitely. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Russell. On to item D, CCSD disposal request, finance and operations, Mr. Armenta. Oh, Sheba. Good evening.
Good evening. Good evening, members of the board, superintendent, everyone online watching, and individuals here in the boardroom. My name is Sheba Joe. I am the warehouse supervisor. I take care of the fixed assets and capital assets district-wide for the school. And here with me is Mr. Montoya from facilities and operations. Mr. Montoya, Mr. Armenta, I'm sorry.
Ho,
We got
hey
lots
now.
of Montoyas. We're going to
on
promote
now.
everybody.
That was a compliment to him.
I'll take it.
So But yeah, we've got items in our inventory that we are either replacing, are removed out of our inventory, our school's inventory, so that we're able to replace them with new items, or we're able to get rid of anything that is obsolete or unsafe out in our schools. So this is just a list of items that we're requesting for your approval on to remove from our inventory. And they have been either replaced, the smaller stuff have been replaced, not the portable buildings, but the smaller stuff have been replaced at the buildings. They include items like for IT, a switch, one inner-right board, kitchen appliances, custodial equipment, audio meters, which are the old hearing test machines, and also Mr. Armenta's portable buildings that we are no longer using at Kirtland High School and at Newcomb High School. So everything else is pretty much for either to be recycled, except the portable buildings are one that we're requesting to probably auction off on the public surplus website. Other than that, all the other smaller stuff that are obsolete and don't work anymore will probably be recycled. It's kind of hard to sell some of the old electronic stuff. So that's just our request. So
Any questions from the board? Ms. Haskey?
No question.
No questions, thank you.
Ms. Aspis, go ahead.
That's one area I was gonna ask about auction, because I know the previous operations would go out and see if auctioning was possible. So I'm glad to hear that. I keep asking, but I know that in the requirements of teacherage, how we could possibly reuse those portables, but I guess that's just a loss. And then the rest of the stuff, like you mentioned kitchen, and I know some of those appliances, they're still good. What do you do with those? Do you auction too?
well, we've been our maintenance stuff, because sometimes we use them, we rob them off of parts. So whatever hasn't been used, whatever we take out and whatever's at the warehouse, they'll come sometimes to take parts off of it if they can't find it or whatnot. So they'll use that and stuff. So that's why when we have that, it's more or less for salvaging, or it's for recycle, just so they can use parts off of it, handles, doors, knobs, or heating elements, whatever they need inside of them.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Matoya, any questions?
No questions.
Nothing
further. Does somebody like to make a motion to accept?
I'd like to motion to approve the
Motion to approve. I'll second.
request.
All right. Ms. Matoya is seconded by Mr. So. Vote a roll call. Ms. Haskey?
Yes.
Mr. So?
I vote yes.
Ms. Aspis?
Yes.
Ms. Montoya?
Yes.
That's 5. I vote yes. It's been approved to accept. Thank you. On to item 4. Executive session. Convene executive session. Discuss limited personnel matters regarding board's goal and expectations of the superintendent and discussions of the superintendent's evaluation and contract renewal as permitted under NMSA 1978, Section 10-15-1, H2 of the New Mexico Open Meetings Act. Someone like to make a motion to convene an executive session?
To convene an executive
Ms.
session.
Montoya.
I second.
I'll second. I'll third the motion.
Hold on there, Nellie. I believe that was Miss Haskey. Yeah, voter roll call. Mr. So.
Yes.
Miss Haskey.
Yes.
Miss Aspis.
Yes.
Miss Montoya.
Yes.
And myself, that's yes. The time is now 7:57. We will convene an executive session. Yes? Thumbs up. 4, executive session B, reconvene in open session as stated that the board has discussed in the executive session only the subject identified in the agenda as the reason for which the meeting was closed. Discuss limited personnel matters regarding the board's goals and expectations of the superintendent and discussion on the superintendent's evaluation of contract renewal as permitted under NMSA 1978, section 10-15-1, H2 of the New Mexico Open Meetings Act. Someone like to make a motion to reconvene?
I make a motion to reconvene in public session.
A second?
I second.
Well, roll call, Mr. So?
I vote yes.
Ms. Haskey? Ms. Aspis?
Yes.
Ms. Montoya?
Yes.
And myself, that's 4. The time is 10:15. We were reconvened. Oh, okay. So, on to item 5. A, items for the, oops, I'm sorry. C, my bad. Missed that. Possible board action on items discussed in executive session. Is there a motion to approve the discussed yearly increase contract increase to 3 years and the salary increase by 4%? Is there a motion? Okay. Second?
I second.
Okay.
I'm sorry, who first?
We just the motion was made by Vice President Montoya, and the second was Secretary Aspis.
Okay, I didn't hear Ms. Montoya. Okay, thank you.
All right, vote roll call. You got her on there? We got you on the phone here. Oh, okay. So what we did is we made a motion to accept the terms. Okay. Motion was made by Vice President Montoya and a second by Ms. Aspis, Secretary Aspis. So your vote to accept the terms of the 3-year contract and the 4-year percentage increase. Your vote? Yes. Mr. So?
I vote yes.
What did I say?
You said 4-year percent.
4%. Does it sound like 4 cents?
Okay, that's fine. 4-year percent.
I got 4 pennies in my pocket. Okay, Ms. Aspis.
4 PERCENT. Yes.
Okay, percent. Ms. Montoya.
3 years and 4%. Yes.
Not cents.
I'm torn with my vote. I honestly am. I agree with the 3 years, but I do not agree with the 4%. So how do I do that, Ms. Chappelle? If I'm split. Again, for the record, I'm just going to state that I agree with the 3-year increase, but I do not agree with the 4% increase. But I will vote yes because of the 3 years. So it is passed. Move on to item 5, discussion items for the regular school board meeting next Thursday. Any ideas, issues for the meeting?
May I speak, Mr. President? I would like to put on the agenda potential board action to join the litigation against Meta.
Okay. Lawsuit. Anybody else? Ms. Haskey, anything? Mr. So, anything for next week?
Not at this time, thank you.
All righty. Ms. Asmus, anything?
Yes, still would like, or do we have any plans to have a board retreat?
Yes, we are going to.
Okay, and I would still like a presentation on the, if not by Ronalda, but she said that she would zoom in, you know, and do that presentation. And that would specifically be on, I wanted her to, she brought up before about impact aid and how that ties in with SPED and IDEA. So there's some things I think she knows that we could benefit from. And so I'd still like, you know, for us to, you know, I did tell her, but, you know, if we could set that up somehow. And then also the baseball situation, baseball field. And then as we do that, and I think we really need to look at our swimming pools. The last I heard, we talk about customer service and the fact that those buildings are the districts, and they're there for the community or students. People that run them, I'm hearing bad stories. And so since, you know, in Kirtland, we had the long time Colleen Harris, but since then that's changed. And but you know, and all the time that I've been here, I don't even, I think the one time that we did see the people running those buildings was when they were being renovated. But we got excellent swimming pools, and you know, and I'd really like, and I haven't really seen anything as far as the ad or you know, especially with the summer here. What's happening is, you know, I know they used to offer lap swimming, but I don't know, and I just think that needs to be put on our agenda to find out.
A schedule or the contract of use, or what exactly?
Not from the people that run it. I think just how it's all the expectations of the district. You know, what do we have out there as far as literature, policy, you know, and as it pertains to community and students.
Okay. Anything else? No. All right. If there's nothing further, someone like to make a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
I second.
That'd be Mr. So. Second? You? Okay. Vote a roll call. Ms. Haskey? Yes. Mr. So?
I vote yes.
Ms. Asmus?
Yes.
Ms. Montoya?
Yes.
And myself, yes. The time is now 10:23. The meeting is adjourned. Thanks, everybody.